dear. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I have been disrupted by my cat. I forgot to turn on the actual music, but we're playing Ace Attorney, so that's what you're hearing right now. We're going to be picking this up after a little bit. We're still looking to get through the current trial so that we can try some more episodic stuff for a little bit. Let's get right in there after we check on the cats, actually. We have Ember across from the desk, Sky passing through the play area, Sherbet in his little hutch by the window, Mason passing over to the blanket to lay down, Sammy trotting by the desk cam, or the table cam there. He was done sitting on my lap, apparently. That is a safe bet. I'd have to turn the game down a little bit more. Try there. We were heading back into another day of the trial. One of the things we found out is that just like the singer, the pianist can speak English as well, but not as well. Just like we found out the pianist is not the one that's blind, it's the singer, and that it's this whole marketing song and dance they've been doing. Adjusting some stuff real quick here. Scrambled a little bit to get started. So this is him having an accent. Apollo Eustace instead of Apollo Justice. Justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Praising Apollo. Oh, we're off to a good start today. Believe I know shooting. So, if you're not familiar with this case, this little guy is accused of killing the interpreter that the group had, but the interpreter was actually an Interpol agent, seemingly investigating. It's like they're like silkworm cocoons, but the cocoon is actually used in medicine or a otherwise incurable disease that the country doesn't let out of its borders because them having control over that cure is, big monies. So it seems like this guy was smuggling the cocoons out, which led the officer to be tracking the two. He's shot in their dressing room. Then subsequently, he shot in the dressing room where seemingly the only way out of it was through the air vent because there were people at the door. And given the supposed time of the killing, we have the assertion from the prosecution that because Maki is the only one that was present that could fit in the vent, the only member of the bands and whatnot that was present that could fit into the vent, then clearly Maki did it, despite no other evidence. So that's what we've been dealing with. Maki claims that Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. So Maki says he came in, saw Latouche was dead, and then hid in the vents when somebody came along for fear of being blamed for murder. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly I hear revolver, close, very close. Then I hear a voice. You heard gunshots. Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. All right. So this reminds me of a prior theory is that very early on they introduced a sound mixing board with the idea that you could separate the audio. I fully anticipate that there will be a time during a different part of the production, likely during the part where Maki is playing, that the audio mixer will have the gunshot sound, but that will have been suppressed. Almost certainly during the moment when the guy playing, I think he plays bass guitar, messed up his part. So he muffles that sound when it is replayed, which gives him his alibi. He is playing while the replay of the sound goes off. But the actual killing happened earlier. Though how Latouche survived as long as he did, unclear. But it would break his alibi. But you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots. If that's true... So you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots. And you escaped through the air vent. I know. What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. Yeah, so the vents went both to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? One of the aspects that is relevant to this is that we had an illusion on the stage of the lead singer, Gavin, and the guest singer on a platform on the actual stage. Yeah, okay. It's really hard to see, but it might be more apparent on the stream. There is a discolored spot here and a discolored spot here. So what I suspect was actually happening is that the illusion is that the guest singer crawled down through the vent and crawled up to this tower to make it look like she teleported during the production. But in reality, she just ran along the vents. And either that or there's some space there. But the idea being she was passing through during her production, her part of the song. And that's when she heard the gunshots. Similarly, Maki potentially knew about that, to go up into the vent and get back out here. Would that mean, as far as your time, Dana, it is still the prior day? Or is it about to be the subsequent day? Or do you mean a party? But yeah, on my screen, the discoloration doesn't come through as clear. Double checking the eyes. Making sure they're functional. He's right. Look, Apollo. Yeah. Wow. You don't need to flash it. You could have colored it differently. There isn't another stream right now, Dana. It's only the tall form during the early stream. I only have the bandwidth for one of my streams at this time of day. I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Yep. So the other magician in the troupe associated with Trucy's father, who is dead, um, said that the magic trick on stage, the illusion of her being teleported, um, was key to the whole events of this. But that he wouldn't reveal how it was done because magician's code and the like. What I heard from that was that we need Penn and Teller in this operation. Get somebody willing to break that code so that we can put it on in court. Which is interesting because the prosecution had this demonstrated to them. That's right, Dana. You stepped out just before I tried to tell you that. During the day, during this time, I only have the bandwidth for one stream. The magician. Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went in the room to find the body and then he heard the shots. Which doesn't look good. It's one going to go over well in court. That one's going to. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. She said, next to the defendant. This game is the first game in the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy, the second trilogy of Ace Attorney games. It's interactive fiction. It's more game than a visual novel, but still very visual novel-like. It's technically kind of a detective investigation game, but not even close to the degree of like For Your Tranquility or Scene Investigators. It's very linear. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. Her adoptive father is Phoenix Wright, who, prior to the events of this trilogy, was a famous defense attorney who, to my understanding, never went to law school. Which, I mean, you could become an attorney without that, but the way he describes it is he studied kind of in his own time and wasn't able to talk about the contents of any of the law books in his mentor's office. It's because Trucy is supposed to be kind of cutesy. Modern parlance makes using that instead of dad have implications. You're sure you won't testify, Maki? No talking. No. This is an older game, Dana. So it predates that word being that weird. At least in common parlance. That cocoon. I can't go home. Go home? I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. That's because smuggling those cocoons, which it is clear that he's definitely done, carries a death sentence if they're found to have done it. Yep. Death penalty. I usually skip through some of the flashbacks because they can happen right after you are told the information, and often you don't need the flashback. Of course he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Maki won't testify about it, we'll just have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. So there's two. It's kind of a back and forth sequence. We'll usually have a day of investigation before the first part of the trial, and then there will be kind of a back and forth investigation trial until the final day of the trial. We will be save scumming a lot in this game because it is easy to get something wrong because they want a very specific piece of evidence at a very particular time. So even if you know what the core evidence is, if you suss out exactly what happened in the crime, there is no way for you to short circuit it. You have to go through all of the intermediary steps and have all of the very wrong plot twists presented. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? The court has just found out that Maki speaks English. Speaks and understands English. Though, seems like, not great. Yes, Your Honor, we had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame, and here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Yeah. This is the character we play as. This is Apollo. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Maki won't testify, then I know who will. I'd like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamoureux. Lamoureux? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamoureux's testimony was insubstantial. No, unreliable. So, for the refresher here, Lamoureux testified that while she was passing by the room where the murder took place, she overheard conversation from the victim and a member of the band in the room before the gunshots. And the prosecution's assertion is she couldn't have because there was a small window between her and that. But what we're going to find out is that she was passing by the room as part of the illusion as she was going through the vents or through the tunnel that is part of that stage illusion. That I don't think the game was trying to actually show us that illusion. It might be that the discoloration was a mistake in that image. And the only reason I could see it is because the image in the stream shows the colors slightly differently. The quick synopsis, Dana, is that during a concert, a murder takes place. It's right after the concert, apparently. Or during one of the pieces of the concert. We had a bit of music by the band. We had some music by a guest star, and then we have more music by the band. Supposedly during the second section of the band playing, a murder takes place. During the investigation, the body vanishes, and then we find those bodies up on a platform on the stage. We find the unconscious body of the now defendant and the body of the victim up on the stage on a elevated platform. Prosecution asserts that the defendant was the only one that could have done it, and thus they did it because they're the only one that could have gone through the air duct, which was the only way out of the room that didn't have people present, that where people would have seen them exiting. The timing of the killing is something that since the last couple sessions we've known has been suspect. And they have telegraphed pretty heavily that it is a member of the band that was at least involved in the killing, and that like audio recordings and shenanigans that related to that are going to be critical to the trial. And very recently, they very clearly told us that the stage illusion and likely the tunnels related to are going to be critical to the trial. There's nothing you can. Lammeror was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Last time we found during there was a power outage and she went missing. We found her stuffed into, hiding in a guitar case after being attacked by somebody. She almost ran out of air in there, but we saved her just in time. Someone wanted Lammeror dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? He was unaware of that. Each character has a lot of animations, and you can tell the reactions are very emotive. I heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill Lammeror? Can you think of a reason? Well, no worries. You go and have fun. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think... I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. This further implicates... I'm going to call him Mr. Pompadour. If you've seen the prior parts of the trial, or when you see this guy again, you'll know why. She mentioned that he was in the room talking to Latouche when he was alive. So there is what Apollo is likely asserting is that amongst the people, he would have a reason to shut her up. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday, something that the killer doesn't want getting out. Yeah, her saying she overheard him would imply that during her production, during her part of the set, she heard him talking, and that removes his alibi. Is if he was present in the dressing room during her session, then that means that he could have been the killer. After we bring that up, the timing of the killing is going to be the thing, and that's when I think the soundboard is going to come into play again. So am I to understand that this is what you're saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lammeror's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Nugget. Exactly. If Lammeror was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. Dana, I will say, if you're saying that kind of thing in jest, please don't. If it is not a joke, then please stay safe. Court will hear Lammeror's testimony once more. Lammeror, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darien Crescent. My guess is that... What is it? It's not going to be through the window. That her testimony has been kind of wiggly as far as when she says different things happened. Whether it's going to be because she has been intentionally obfuscating things or that she's misremembering stuff doesn't matter. But it's likely not through the window. That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. Okay, was found to be quite soundproof was not part of the prosecution's assertions. It was just, oh, but the window was closed. You can't hear through the closed window. Which made it a very weird assertion. There have been a lot of those. But if it's a soundproof window and it was closed, then that's valid. If she asserted it was through the window, then it couldn't have been. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor. Again, she is a internationally famous singer that was brought into this production as a guest singer to do a special piece with the lead singer, Gavin, who is also the prosecutor. I was on my way back from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Okay, yeah. For her, a small window is going to be air vent. And on my way to the backstage exit is going to be the exit to the other part of the stage. That's my guess. Because Maki asserted the vents go to the stage as well. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry, I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. So, they used Maki as an exaggerated example. he's not used to speaking in the language, so his way of describing things and his way of conveying information is very unclear. Her pronunciation, or at least her sentences, seem a little more stilted, uh, but not to the extent of Maki's. But it could be that when she says window, she means something different. Yet everything I've said here is the truth. It is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lammeror was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. When Phoenix Wright is the defense attorney, one of the things that they emphasize is bluffing. The idea that Phoenix asserts that as a defense attorney, you believe your client and that you push to get them exonerated one way or another. You don't cheat, but you make every effort. And some of that is assertions like this: is we don't know what the truth is, but it had to be something. So let's go over it again. Let's push further to buy time until something comes up to keep the trial going. The system they have here is, unless procedure requires it, the judge can just say, I'm going to deliver a verdict. There's no jury or anything. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Thinky think. Is something wrong? She can't see him, so she doesn't see him doing this thinking thing. I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Excuse me. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. No, I know what they mean about reckless youth these days. The one in red over there is a shining example, Herr Judge. The last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Okay, we are going to put down a save just in case here. When I heard the faint sound of a gunshot. There were 2 gunshots. Yes, I heard 2, one after the other. It's with the bullet holes at the scene. Coughing. One moment. Okay. Nothing really new here to pick up. The smell of gunpowder. This is the critical piece. Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well, no. Come on, that's not what you should be talking about. Well, if it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. Okay. This might still be the part. Why didn't you tell someone? If she was in a hurry to get back to the stage to continue the song, then that time scale, that timing is weird. It's our duty as citizens. This may be beside the point, but Lammeror isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Borginia as well. Lammeror seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That is strange. Could she be hiding something? It is as you say, yet at the time... Yeah, I was in a hurry. Why were you in a hurry? You were in a hurry to get where? Was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why were you in such a hurry, then? Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case. The magician was very, asserted that how the illusion went was a secret. Is she very stupidly trying to preserve that? It very well might. Please answer the question. Are you all right, Lammeror? Yes, I am. Yes, I'm just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Hair Forehead. Lammeror suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. What, so he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah? Prosecution's objection is abstained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue. Lammeror was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was, so something's got to be hidden here. Maybe there's some detail we're missing. Guess we'll have to get her to fill in the blanks. Okay, what do we got? This is definitely going to come up, but... Okay. We are going to put down a save. Is it the videotape? It is not. The music stops if you get it right. It's in a hurry. Let's try it this part. Oh, no. So, didn't read that because it's just one of the stock you got it wrong answers. So the key thing is why was she in a hurry? I tried the videotape because that's part of the production. Nope. Not the song. So there's, she smelled gunpowder, which should be immediately suspect, but maybe... we have a layout. It was going from the stage to the backstage exit, but based on the timing of the events as we know it... Hey there, welcome. Let me get a quick translation of that to see if I can parse what the name should be, you know? Hey there, Lucas. Well, the name translates is something akin to Yeji, but you'll have to forgive me. My recollection of names can be tricky or unreliable. And yes, welcome in any event. Hey there, Rebelio. We're at one of those moments in Ace Attorney where they want a very particular jump in logic to happen. And we've already kind of got an idea of how things went down, but we have to take baby steps and start with something that might be irrelevant, but that they think is very clear. Lucas, this is the first game in the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy. It is interactive fiction. Little more game than visual novels are, but, you know, less than like an adventure game. Hey there, Tanuki. Welcome, folks. No, we got a lot of faces here, so let's do a kitty cat check real quick. Oh, we got all 5. We've got all 5. So let's see. Left to right, top to bottom, we have Ember, and then we have Sherbet in his little house by the window. Then we have Mason and Sammy, and then Sky. All right. Let's see. I do not play Roblox. And what do you need help with? That will determine what kind of help I may or may not be able to provide. Gunshot, then stopped, then another one. Smell of gunpowder. This is still part of it that is very suspect. What coding pattern are you working with? You trying to deal with? Did we already try that? Yeah, we did. Really think smell of gunpowder is relevant. All right, we're going to do one more try, then I'm going to look up what the step is, because the step that they want us to take is very obtuse here. Like, what are they trying to say is wrong? Because as a player, we know something is wrong. Like, she can't have smelled gunpowder through the tiny window that is soundproof. If it's enough to completely stop sound, it's enough to block the smell of gunpowder. All right. One moment. Check what day we're on here. Let's see, episode 3, trial day 2. Yeah. Well, you said you're trying to build form filling software, but I don't know what pattern you're talking about, Rebelio. Like, you've described the thing you're programming, but you haven't just you haven't given me a question about a pattern. Oh. If you aren't certain about how to do that, what you're dealing with is visual elements, and then visual elements, code attached to them, and then most likely either communication to a local saving aspect, and then or communication to a server with the results. So depending on how reliable you can consider the client software, it will change what you're doing. Okay. The way they present it is different. Like, let's see here. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. This looks like this is another one of those obtuse sequence, I think. when I heard them, the two of them. Did not know his name at the time, but it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because of the window at the scene. Yes. So now we are pressing a second time. Why does the game require us to press a second time? There's no reason that we should be assuming that it will be different. The mechanic of making us check every statement multiple times is kludgy at best. So far, the Apollo Justice games have broken that rule, various rules established in the Ace Attorney games multiple times. Things like needing to talk to the sidekick in the office, needing to press the same statement several times, that kind of thing. Those are mechanics that, why would you assume you have to do them? So, Rebelio, with that kind of software, what I would first investigate is getting all of the requirements. What kind of data needs to come into the form? What kind of format that data has to be in? Then what kind of operations need to be performed on it to get it into the format that it needs to be before it is saved or transmitted, and then the method of saving or transmitting that needs to happen. That will get you towards your... Once you have all of those things, you'll be able to put together your design document and be able to proceed with coding from there. As the window was closed. Is that why? Of course. We keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. So this whole sequence is different. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. What were they talking about? You by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but... afraid of this, she doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue we were waiting for. Yeah, this is why we didn't find it. You have to press the statement and get an irrelevant result. And then once you have pressed all of the statements to the end, you have to press that statement again. Something that usually doesn't happen, to my recollection, or didn't happen to my recollection, in any of the prior Ace Attorney games. Did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Darian Crescent. What did he say? It's over, press the switch, now. So this will get us to our ignition switch that we have. The switch, and the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche. Okay, so Darian is down in the room. We know that there's an ignition switch that was found in the piano. So it had to move from that room to the piano. Could that have been when the body was moved? Or was that after the production? I thought it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? This is what we were waiting for. This is what we needed her to say. But again, this is not the important thing. The fact that she smelled gunpowder and the fact that she was in a hurry, those are the two important elements. How does the ignition switch progress? Like, why is this the thing that progresses? Press the switch. There's only one key that could unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. Certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage. Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lamoureux heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility. Well, Hair Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind you of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamoureux's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of a concert on said stage. This is the timing thing. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Hair Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from the dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy. So this is the earpiece. We can't save for this, so 30-foot range. Everybody on stage has this. This was sitting in the hallway for the entire events up until, like, I think the last day of investigation, the prior one. We weren't able to do anything with this prior, despite the fact that it was very clearly presented as important in the hallway. Presume you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications? Device? Words? Sometimes they really ham up how out of touch the judge is. Which is a person in a position of great power like that having no grasp of the modern day or even like current culture period. It's sadly a little real, isn't it? Series of tubes and what have you. Everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all have had one. We all had one. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lamoureux said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. So that is a heavy shock animation, as well as sound, from Gavin there. That can't be. So when Lammeror heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. I think it had to be on stage because the transmitter had to reach the tower that Gavin was on in order to, combust his guitar with the little ignition receiver that we have found a working model of and a damaged model from inside his burned out guitar. Someone could have hit it on the stage after the fact. He's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? I'm going to put the save here just in case it does another you have no chance to guess. When the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was a way to go with this. What is this switch, anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up with proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? Okay, if she heard Darian and then the shots, when the switch was pressed, we know that the ignition switch was set off. And that it burned the guitar. If we know that when that statement was made goes with the transmission and that it came from stage, then we know that generally it was during Lammeror's number that that somebody was in the room talking, and that's going to give us the linkage to the walkway. I still think the smell of gunpowder was a critical statement, and pressing her, like, demanding testimony about why she was in a hurry should have been the thing, because that would let us skip this whole mess with the transmitter. And then we could come to the transmitter with a clearer pathway. We're kind of going in the other direction here. We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah. Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, you have no further information to share if you have no further information to share concerning this switch. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have that explains what this switch is? Okay, I don't think we have the burned out one. So we have the igniter itself. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? The judge seems bent on everything being a phone. Comically, the idea of him mistaking a little butane ignition device tied to a receiver and likely phones of the time is probably not too far off. There was a period where the batteries used in some phones and laptops even were faulty in a way that made it so that they had a habit of bursting into intense flames. Like, people were injured when a phone in their pants pocket or a laptop sitting on their lap erupted into very high temperature fire. So I guess maybe that's what he's thinking. It's like, hey, something that bursts into flames, that must be a phone. This is an igniter. What phone does this looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire... Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? During his number with Lamaror, his guitar unexpectedly burst into flames. Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. They emphasized how Gavin abused his power as a prosecutor to get the thing very carefully shipped as if it were special evidence. That's right, he got it in Borginia from Lamaror. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. Like, the neck and a good portion of the upper half of the guitar is a charred mess. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Air forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie the two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamaror, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. My guess is that it is the investigator, Latus, telling Darian to pull the trigger and set it off, or similar. I wonder where it could have been. We'll have to see. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Maybe Latus had come and told Maki that they knew about the smuggling and forced the switch onto him. I'm not sure. Again, this line of questioning feels like it's going to not get us to the right place. It feels like it's relevant. I mean, we know this has something to do with the case, but it doesn't seem to tie in properly. My guess is that Latus is still talking with Borginia. And he's telling them about the events, but the events he's told them leave out the song lyrics. The song lyrics are being used to kind of orchestrate how the murder is presented and how the accusations go. Since Maki is one of the ones that knew about the lyrics, then him planning the murder to go along with the lyrics seems in line. And in fact, him being a smuggler of this death penalty inducing substance or item gives Latus power over him. But then why does Latus die? That kind of thing. Doesn't seem to make sense, though something about this is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? Seems pretty simple to me. Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. Guess I was wrong. What's all this about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Lamore's production, yeah. That's right, of course. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. That must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. Okay, we're finally getting to the timing. What premise is this specifically? Glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out. And according to his testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at that time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. We do know that. It's when we went to visit Gavin, he showed the guitar and also showed a partially burnt up igniter as well. Now, why they had a spare, who knows, but the spare was found in the dressing room. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Gavel, gavel, gavel. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. Maybe this is a convoluted plot to get Maki sent back to Borginia, where he could be prosecuted for smuggling. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet Herr Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. All right, we're finally getting to the point of the timeline is called into question. We could have gotten there without the igniter, but sure, whatever. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? The body is moved up to the high part of the stage because it's after the bullet is, rising into the sky. So they put them on the lift and raised the lift. That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Gavel, gavel, gavel. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. Was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. It sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Hair Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lammeror have heard a voice through it? That's unfortunate, Keats. I hope you've taken the proper course of action to get it checked and make sure that you haven't seriously injured it. Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lammeror's testimony is my entire case. No, it's not. You have that transmitter. You have the ignition switch was pulled, and it lines up with her assertion that somebody said pull the trigger. Like, that line of events is plausible, which means her testimony is plausible. So, what part of her testimony doesn't work? That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is in order. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lammeror heard the voice? We are finally back to the thing that we should have been able to present. That, why was she in a hurry? What was she, where was she going and where was she at the time? Because if we knew where she was at the time, if we got her to say that, we could have skipped most of this. A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Got one thing to prove, and one thing only. Lammeror heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. How was Lammeror able to hear the voice? She has divine hearing. We can't prove the window was open. This is silly. She was somewhere else. She wasn't by the window that we're talking about. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. Sort of racist, I guess, Gavin. As I was saying, Lammeror could not hear the voice through that window, so there can be only one conclusion. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so, and here I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hair Forehead? Lammeror clearly stated she heard the voice through a small window. There is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lammeror heard the voice from another location. Show us where this location was. Do. Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice? The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window on our society. Ah. No. That's not what I pointed at, game. It's going to require me to click at this vent as opposed to the other. This is where Lammeror heard that voice from. But that's no small window, that's the air vent. What did she tell us? She said she is a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it, you've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lammeror was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Hair Forehead. Impossible. No, I'm sorry. Inconceivable. References that I got to after one try. What about it isn't logical? Hardly merits saying. Why would Lammeror be in the ventilation system, hiding like a rat? No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lammeror? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why would that mean I could not hear through it? I fear our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lammeror, this small window through which you'd heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Gavel, gavel. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? It's like, gotta top up my water. Not drinking enough here. Getting parched, as it were. If I'm using that correctly, as it were, it's becoming a bit of a end of sentence filler, you know? Almost said as it were again. Do. There we go. And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I'm Sorry, I never imagined that it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? Click the wrong thing. If my mouse is down here when I click, sometimes I'll hit court record. I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. I can't testify to protect my friend from murder and potentially execution back in our home country. It would break the stage illusion. The magician's code forbids it, despite the fact I'm not the magician. He made me pinky swear. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I'd heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. That's why I was there. And why I was there, I cannot say. I'm bound to secrecy on this matter. Seriously. Your friend will be convicted of murder and potentially taken back to his country to be killed. But I can't tell. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this happened during the second set? I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. As with many of these cases, but so far this one in particular, a person directly related to and with interest in stopping, with interest in making sure the truth comes out, is obstructing the trial by acting really stupid about it. You must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for. Yeah, Hair Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? Going to find out the truth. She was up above the ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Above the ceiling? Could you be more specific? I cannot. Because you're bound to secrecy. Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more. Oh. It sounds like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. By small window, you mean the air vent. I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent grate would trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard this voice come from the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet... So without a word, you just let the third set start? After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Perhaps I could have. Like many things in life, this whole problem could have solved if you weren't so stupid. I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. We're not badgering them about their statements. We're badgering them to get them to actually tell us the thing that they're not. You know, like you'll tell us or we'll find you in contempt. Or tell us who swore you to secrecy. Mine works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Neat trick. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. Miss Ember, quit it. Quit it. Only I could get Lammeror to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. Welcome back. Okay, we're going to make sure we put down a save. Because I'm getting burned on some of these really goofy you have to answer now ones. Ember, quit that. What's your problem, ma'am? Ma'am. Yes, Mason has trotted away. Unclear where. Let's see if we can spot him, huh? Ember is running around my desk being a nuisance. No, Mason is currently not visible. There are several places he could be, but we can't see him. We do have a better view of Sherbet. You can actually see his head sticking out of the little house now. Let's put the camera there for the time being. What do we have? All right, let's... So I think this part of it is going to be the thing. This is the reason that she was up there. This part of the illusion. How she climbs down from there, I don't know, but... Okay, we're going to put down our save here. I feel... Just like last time, this should be why we can tell, but... There we go. Finally, game, let us actually get to the solution instead of dancing around it. But that's how Phoenix Wright games go. You have to slowly drag out the drama until the big moment. No skipping forward. Hey, quit that. What's your problem, Ember? Huh? She's grabbing at wires and cameras and crawling all over. Yeah, I'm talking about you. She's being very hyperactive. I gotta take a moment and scratch her back while she's on my headrest where Sherbet likes to go. Normally, when she wants extra attention, she climbs on my lap to get back scratches. She's sadly learning from Sky as far as how to get attention. I just need to mess with all the electronics. Truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? It's all right here on this video. Yep. At least they don't make us point to the segment. Well, if Sherbet trotted away, this is the only other place we'll often see him. Well, speaking of Sherbet, now he's on the back of my chair. Yeah, we can see the hatch that she comes up through, and presumably we can see the hatch on the little elevated platform, but it's also very clearly seen on the inside of the elevated platform. So how would she have gone down there without the audience seeing her? As we can see, Lammeror was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Ah. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lammeror is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only reason is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo? What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. I never signed on to the magician's rules there, Trucy. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha. He's just realizing his own oversight. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the prosecutor is being shown to have deliberately hidden a reason that she was in the air vent. Like, it's not like he definitely knew why she was in the air vent. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. So I don't know if it's clearer on the video feed. It looks clearer in my encoding software. But there is a different colored spot here. And a different colored spot here. Where we can see a passage down here, over through the vents, and up into the tower where she reappears. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Ah. Hey, you. Sherbet got some food and is now drowsily staring. Recall Lammeror's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lammeror knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now, in the lobby, Maki told me something. I know. I know if I opening the vent, I can leave stage in backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? You had to have practiced the act. Like, you are definitely cognizant of where she went when you pulled that cloth off. You're right there next to her. There was no smoke bomb, nothing like that. So, did the magician tell you, you gotta promise to close your eyes whenever we practice this? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lammeror to secrecy. Well, Lammeror? I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about you. So what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused. Why's that, Your Honor? As I said before. There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear another's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. If she was in the vent, for that reason, she disappeared from A, and she appeared at B. Saying, oh, well, that can't possibly be how the illusion was accomplished. Do you have another explanation that isn't she can teleport? Yes. It's all up to you. Do your thing. Let me... Seriously? What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lammeror was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why do I get picked on? It's Lammeror who isn't going along with the program here. As I've stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. I promised. You'll just have to tell us what you can. Let's hear your testimony on this. Sir Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. By any means necessary. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. The Big Illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There was an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lammeror is saying and what we can plainly see in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician, after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets? Come on. I still love this. Well, we can't tell you the secret. It would ruin the illusion. I guess he's just going to have to face the death penalty. It's really too bad. It's supposed to be on my side here. How did you proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lammeror. You rode some kind of vehicle. A vehicle? What vehicle? What a novel idea. I like it. Not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. Sorry, but the girl is right. That vent is much too small for vehicles. I mean, she could have been laying on her belly, but that doesn't explain how she stopped anyway. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. You could have like a little sled or something like that. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, then what was it? Testing. There we go. Okay. I don't know why that happened, but it totally happened. Let me just double check there. Okay. I muted the audio on my mic and it did not unmute properly. Making sure that I don't blow out your eardrums by coughing into the microphone. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. I mean, at least they're covering it. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. And that's why they said it has to be now. Because they knew when the swap would happen, when the fire needs to happen based on her production. Monitoring. Pipes a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamorar singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamorar singing over the speaker. Ingenious. Her voice was hidden by her voice. Ah, Lamorar? I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so you stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse. Yeah. Pleasure but a fleeting melody. So let's double check here. I want to see it. Pause. Yeah. It's supposed to be 2 on that. Hey there, Marionette. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. She only says that once. That is she forgot what she was going to sing. So not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The what now? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this, I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. I just did this. So I'm guessing track 1 is hers. song stops there. I must have missed it. Look at the lyrics sheet. Look at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure. Now listen again. This happens a lot in Ace Attorney games where they really hold your hand and point to it repeatedly. Like, here, it's going to be here. Look, right there, where I pointed to. It's right there. Look, right there. See, I'm pointing to it again. It's that thing that I pointed to. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lammeror's ballad. That is true. Then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darien Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Herr Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. It is entirely based on Lammeror's testimony. Is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Remember, this whole trial is predicated on conjecture. Maki must be the killer because he could fit in the air vent. But yes, she could be lying to protect him. But she has presented a theory, the defense has presented a theory that is more robust than Maki is small and could fit in an air vent. Like, it really, really lines up better than the prosecution's assertion. But that's actually part of this world setting, is that the defense doesn't need to prove, it isn't just setting out to prove that there is a reasonable doubt. The defense has to prove what actually happened. And often they have to point out the killer and prove that the killer did it. If they can't convict an alternate, then the killer then the defendant is still guilty. Even if we have already proven they couldn't have done it. Or that the prosecution's case is terrible. Until we hear directly from the man himself, the case is unclear. The man, you don't mean? Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darien Crescent must take the stand. At least this is a reasonable path. We have to get his statement. I see no other way. I mean, we could at least adjourn the trial for now, and then you could bring him in as a suspect and question him because you're the prosecutor. Like, that's another way that is definitely obvious and you should see. It's much easier than having him come in and give a testimony that is not already known. As someone with a new perspective on the case, hey there, Minty. We are playing Apollo Justice, the first Apollo Justice game in that trilogy. The second trilogy of Ace Attorney games. It's interactive fiction. So, more interactive than a visual novel, but less than most other types of game. As a suspect, to be frank. There's a lot of reading, so it's mostly me narrating what's going on, while dramatic music and often comical animations play. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Darien Crescent, get ready for justice. Silly catchphrases that he says in his head. This is as good a time as any moment to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. The last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Well, on to the next segment of the case. We will be resuming in just a moment. I am going to take this opportunity for a break as well. Be right back in much less than 15 minutes. Settling back in, we'll be resuming in just a moment. Okay. Hollow, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? Yes. Yes, as was apparent during, like, the second bit of investigation. And right in the middle of Lamour's performance. The reason why she was in the air vent, and that switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. That is Phoenix Wright, the protagonist from the prior trilogy, post getting his attorney's badge taken away and fallen into patterns of behavior that are less than lawyerly. Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than saying hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately? I'm just omitting that because, like I mentioned at the beginning of this when she first said it, the term daddy has come to have a lot of baggage to it. And the 15-year-old doesn't need to be carrying that baggage. Especially when we assume, or at least we remember, that Phoenix isn't a blood relation of hers. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. No, what if you're shot too? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. You're, leaving. Oh, one thing before I go. Good luck. Right. Long pause. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Maki Tobai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darien Crescent. Won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system. What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption? Not like the prosecution's case. They're one completely an assumption. It's not fragile at all. Completely different when they do it. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch. A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. And the presence of an ignition switch that had to have been on the stage and had to have been used at the time that she said she heard it. Like, it's a better assumption than Maki fits an event. There are plenty of other things to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. Just sometimes this game shorts out my brain just for the sake of drama. But the drama's the point. The drama's the point. It's melodramatic and exaggerated. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by a conventional method. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is. What are those? They don't look like a very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Oh. Okay. Second use of the switch. So the gunshots happened. Now, I'm wondering if this is more fake evidence from Phoenix. Like, he used fake evidence to trigger the final proof in his murder trial. Like, it wasn't a fake conviction. It was that fake evidence set off the series of events that revealed the actual evidence and the actual events. This could be more of the same, but this actually explains the second ignition switch in the dressing room. Is that if that ignition switch was used to light the firecrackers, then that would have created the 2 gunshots at the during the 3rd set. And I'll bet this point is when we are going to, during the 3rd set, explain why Darian, his music, like, he falters during the 3rd set. Very early on, Prosecutor Gavin was berating him for messing up his a very small part of the 3rd set. So that's probably when Darian quickly pulled the trigger. Hey, Apollo. That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this... Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. Found at the crime scene, bearing gunpowder residue. That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. Every man has a remote-triggered combustion device inside him. Find this person's and make him spontaneously combust. Leave him a burnt-out husk, just like that guitar. That's either a very morbid way of asserting that you're going to break down his defenses, or Phoenix saying, a lot of people are very combustible. It'll make the trial easier if you just, you know, work with that. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? Guess we'll just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. I don't know that we're going to get to the end. The final sequences can be very protracted. So we might need another day of this, probably tomorrow at this rate. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Hair forehead. Gotta get that dig in there. Oh, I know, you have a great point, but your forehead is pretty big. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand, Detective Darian Crescent. This is the guy called Mr. Pompadour, and if he turns to the side, you'll know why. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. There you go. There you go. You don't even really need to know his name. You could just say Mr. Pompadour, and everybody knows who you're referring to if they've seen him. That's the Internal Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. See what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. It's high time. It's high time. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamorora's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Well, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. Racist. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ah. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Darian's rebuttal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Sky hear those gunshots during the third set, anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So the firecrackers should get us past the that's what she heard. So you claim Lamorora's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements from her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamorora's testimony alone. I have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? I'm just saying, glare back at him. Couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent. Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Oh, chin up. Back straight. You're wilting. Guy's hard as nails. Makes Walkie look downright cooperative. Accused in the prior trial. Walkie was going out of his way as a defendant in order to get convicted, like he wanted to lose the trial, because then he'd go to jail and get street cred. There's no way the diva remembers my voice. This place, she never heard it. You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Wiggle, wiggle. Only an idiot would believe that. Lamorora's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof. This is the critical testimony music. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song, a missed cue. So she just flubbed it up. Big time, that's all. She spins this story about the gunshots to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. Lammeror is an artist. She just flubbed it up? That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you all right. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head. I'm detecting a rift in the Gaviner's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. I mean, he's not wrong in that regard. Ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots? Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lammeror got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Maki heard them too. Remember, he said he ran for the air ducts when he heard them. How do we figure out what those gunshots during the third set were? Alright. Let's see if we can short-circuit this segment here. Yeah. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Oh, right. He's aware of this evidence. This is also not uncommon in the games, is the prosecution is entirely allowed to completely withhold evidence. Like, if there's an updated death certificate or autopsy report kind of thing, if they have some piece of evidence that would completely change the path of logic in it, they can bring it out whenever they want. There's no submission of exhibits in advance. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been these two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Laugh. Got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation seems to be a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when two witnesses came walking by? Two witnesses that were in the hallway with a transmitter? That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? Firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear it. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? It's the transmitter in the hallway, then. That's why it was there, is it was left there as a detection system. How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Oh, okay, well, we don't have to make this logical leap, apparently. Or are they going to require us to be like, oh, do you remember what it was, Apollo? Something odd? A headset. The kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway. Even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Hair Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me. The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. Certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to make fake gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? So they do mention things like reasonable doubt in this game. But like right here, we have established fantastic piles of reasonable doubts. Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. And this is the things are dire and turning against you music. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue the cross-examination then, shall we? Your testimony? This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof, and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. The gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What, some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. Now to do that, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are key after all. Well, Lammeror said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion when she was up above the ceiling. So, if that's the case, then if the gunshots were loud enough, they should have gone through the transmitters that were active in the room, as well as on her when she was up in the vents. So in theory, they would be heard on the transmitter, but something would need to be damping them. So once again, soundboard during the second set. I'll bet one of the doodads is the little switches is all the way down. Nope, they're not. So should be right coming up here. Oh, it would be through hers. Right there. Hear it? Yep. Yeah. So also the hesitance when she sings pleasure there. Bang. Pause. In the middle of the illusion when she was in the ceiling, when she forgot the words to the song. Yeah. You can prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics. We're home free, I think. Not easy, but true. Some way to prove that? Aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me? Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. Sorry. Look through the court record. Pretty eager to paint Lammeror as a liar, isn't he? Because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough, so what do we do? Got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. So we go to here, we save this. We present the soundboard. Seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lammeror's song. And here we have a strong point. We're pressing forward music. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? Okay. This was shown to you just moments earlier, sir. Like, in the prior session of the trial, this was presented. New variety of gramophone, perhaps? Yeah, come on, we just used this. Don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lammeror's voice included. But what does this prove? According to Lammeror's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. You intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Oh. His pompadour goes all limp when he's nervous. Here. Droop. Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room, out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamaror's headset would have picked up on what she heard all the time. Gavel. Let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. Lamar stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Hey there, Pineapple. Welcome, welcome. Find that spot, and I'll find the gunshots. Your Honor, listen to this part. What's this? I hear nothing. How is this possible? Isn't the judge hard of hearing? You heard me thinking. I saw what you were thinking on your face. Judge's hearing aside, I too heard nothing. Do I have to present it when it's playing? That's the wrong spot. Ah. Am I going to have to do it beforehand? Like having to listen to it over and over and over. Now, do we hear the second gunshot? If it's the case, then I'll have to present at a moment here. Is this? Okay, this is obnoxious. Did I? Oh, I just saved it. Oops. I meant to load it. Yep, yep. Well, I've got to save here then. This is very irritating. Because I played it at that moment. It's right at the beginning of the second set. It is clearly a gunshot. Like, here. Right there at the beginning. It should be right here. Okay, do I need to have everything playing during it? Annoying. Does it need to be right when she pauses? This is a key part of the Ace Attorney games, is saving before they ask you a question like this, or when you have to present evidence, and trying a couple, potentially many times, because sometimes it's very unclear what particular logical leap or weird assertion that you need to go down to follow the path that the writers want you to, as opposed to, you know, what should be a possibility. Sometimes there's only one possibility that is right, even if there is like 10 that should be right. Okay, we're going to leave it all active. Listen closely. That's super annoying. If you isolate it down to just her voice, where the track is playing, everything's like, oh, I can't hear anything. But if you don't isolate the track, where it's hard to hear the gunshot, it counts as correct. That's super annoying. That's not just like the sequence is wrong. That's the wrong way. Yeah. Like they isolated it down to just her for that example. It sounded like a gunshot. That has to be some kind of mistake. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lammerer's testimony was true. Yeah, if you look, when you see him from the back, you can see his pompadour is from his forehead. The hair goes straight out, then all the way back. So it's not like it's coiled around with some sort of internal support. It's just folded back over itself. So that is, he's got to have like wiring in there. Because there's nothing about, especially given how it wobbles, there's nothing about it that would have natural support. So it has to be just shellacked with some sort of holding product, and then still, because it's not rigid, still needs something inside of it. She was telling the truth. The other man was speaking, not Latouche. You say, it's over. Press the switch now. For that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on the stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the... Oh, excuse me. On the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lammeror was moving through the vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot, but then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day... Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Hair Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Motorcycle won't start, guitar case is busted, guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. So the guitar case was damaged because the lock on it had to be broken open. The keys were stolen to delay him getting to the concert. The guitar case was broken open because somebody needed to tamper with it to put the ignition switch in, or the igniter within it. What was that all about? This part is off. Is that second guitar? It was you. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouse's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait. You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouse, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. I mean, I thought it would be more practical that he pulled the switch during that he had the switch set up again to go off, or the second igniter to be set to go off, because that second igniter still responded to it, so it wasn't like a timer device. Does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up already for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue miss due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. Witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Mr. Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. We're going to go a little bit further here. I even want to kill him. You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive. It was the Diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Simple reason indeed, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it the case that Mr. Latouse had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. See, very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin cross-examination. We need to find a motive. Her manager, sure, but Mr. Latouse was... Oh, right, sorry. An Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. Laugh, 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 laugh. That's cold. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man. That's the same for Maki. No motive was proven for him. He traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. You're a detective with international affairs. Yeah, what of it? Even if it was Mr. Latouse's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs? That's right. Well, Detective Crescent? That's your game, is it? Guess I'd better confess, then. Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. But you're an international... See, me and Plains got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences, Hair Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. Then why is he with a group that apparently normally travels overseas? Feels like bad staffing. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. A reference to Soviet Russia at the time. Now, the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see... If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Sure about that? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations, I'll throw it back at you so hard, you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Or, Hair Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? What evidence? That's what I want to know. He's using this motive question for ammunition. Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. This is the replica cocoon. Your Honor, take a look at this. Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever see this? Looks like a piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what does this cocoon replica, what is it doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latouse, does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. The disease named ridiculously incuritis. The only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia. More relevantly, you would expect that it's illegal to take one of the worms out of Borginia, so that nobody else could get the source of the cure as opposed to the raw material. Whatever for. Such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? That's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out on the black market. Caused quite a commotion with the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. I feel like this is a less plausible reason to keep the cocoons in the country. Like, why does the poison have to be a thing from a story writing perspective? All this led to a strict ban on cocoons export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among other things. Well, see, it's actually not unreasonable then that if the cocoons get out, then the concern would be that they could be used to create poison. So the international community, it's less that it's not allowed to be exported, and more that there is it's less that the country doesn't want it getting out, and it's more that the international community doesn't want it exported. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. That is misleading. Romain Latouche was not killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Okay, he knew about the cocoon. Okay, so he's already lied on stand once. We're ignoring that because any sort of witness that is against us is allowed to lie repeatedly, but keep in mind, this super trustworthy detective has lied once already. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. And I'm in international affairs, I know the deal. Indeed, Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of sentiments, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He's up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Got a memo. memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons. Nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit, but I've never heard of them. Lammeror knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about them. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all. And I have nothing to be embarrassed about after all. You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche. All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Who's on trial here again? You so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Which is why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? Wasn't what I was trying to, down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Borginian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that diva says. I oughta what? You want some of this? He'll poke our eye out with that. Quit that, sherbet. Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool. Yeah. Wow. Apollo going full angry in his head. Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. The replica has to be the key to his motive. Through again, just to be sure. There we go. It's not lucrative, but there's a reason to, like, instead of giving them out or selling them to make poison, you could get it, try to steal it to either extort somebody for the cure or to, like, curry favor. The Chief Justice's son has incuritis. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. Not a cure for just any disease, a cure for incuritis. It's like the metal unobtainium. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You're saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband? Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the block would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me, anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let Sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where is your proof? Well... Yeah, and you're forgetting one important fact. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about the cocoons getting out. The guitar. It was put in the guitar. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. It's put in the guitar because Gavin abused his powers and had it shipped as evidence. Actually, there is one way. Huh? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. Prosecutor? Ah, I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it you told me yesterday in your office? A beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin it. So we vacuum packed it in Lammeror Studio. And I used special shipping services available to me for transporting evidence. It was vacuum packed. It was not opened. So it made it through all checks. Did I get that right? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. It was untouched until the day of the concert. Saying that guitar was, with cocoons this small, it would be very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. And that's a second reason to burn the guitar, to remove any possibility of evidence getting out. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Good memory, Hair Forehead. They have a round hole in the front called the sound hole. They found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. Yep, the igniter. Broken device. Okay. And the keys are taken from either are in the hands of the Interpol agent or in Darian's hands and taken by the Interpol agent as they're digging into the case. An igniter, exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside the guitar? He means this, of course. There's a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? York. Gavel, gavel, gavel. So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason. It was a safety precaution. Precaution? Ah, hair forehead. At least it all comes together. Hey there, Yuki. We're trying to get through the end of this case before I have to get ready for the next stream. At least it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. And that is Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was on to something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler was to get rid of the whole lot. Okay. So it was a self-destruct mechanism. It's over. Press the switch now. Now. And then Mr. Latouche is shot. Glamour are there to witness it. There's your case. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. Oh yeah, once you get towards the end of an Ace Attorney case, it tends to start going really quick. Lots of back and forth and sudden reveals and that kind of thing. The Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. So you make up a story for that kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? Hey there, Lulu. Having a good day so far. We're running a bit long on our gaming stream because I really want to get through this trial. It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Borginian accomplice. Okay, the Interpol agent was in on it. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamoror heard proves it. That's why he said it's over, pull the switch. They knew that they couldn't get the cocoon out in time before it was found, so they moved to destroy the evidence. You made this transmission from backstage while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? Okay. So it couldn't have been Latouche. Was it Maki? That's it. For once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say, then. But be warned, the great accusation comes great responsibility. Saving a lot because sometimes the game gets a little flaky during this kind of moment. Yeah. Double penalty. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Who was the smuggler's accomplice? So, the Interpol agent was in the room. He wasn't on the stage, so he couldn't have set off the ignition. Darian was also in the room, which really leaves Maki. Only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. That person is the defendant, Maki Tobai. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I'm here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. Welcome back, Hines. And I stand by my statement earlier that he's innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirement to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lammeror? It couldn't have been. You seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. If she was down in the room, she was too far away to set off the fire in his guitar. Recall that this the remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, she was in the air vent, right above the dressing room. Let's look at the stage diagram. All right, Hines. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lammeror still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. The platform was raised, putting it out of range of the dressing room. Gavin and Lammeror were up on the stand. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall, which they called out the height. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lammeror's position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns just one more time? I don't see why not. Tell me he has a way out of this. So gunshot happened right before this. So one possibility is that it was the magician. He's up on stage too. But he doesn't have an opportunity to be involved. Too bad, so sad. Punk. First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see? Problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? It's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Let me get your yarn straight. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off the igniter. That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press the switch. Am I right? Yeah. Take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. I'd have to isolate it, but it was right at this point that it happens. What's the problem? Piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem. You still don't get it? Ah. How's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Hey there, Mud. Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Piano plays nonstop. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. It's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. Were you wrong? Can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. But it all just... strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd. We know that the piano goes out of tune a bit because the microphone... Oh. Is the switch in the piano? If Maki didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Like, was it set up in there so that one of the hammers came down on it? That would still make the piano wonky, though. But there are plenty of pianos that have like multiple hammers for each note. It would still mess up part of that note. Refax says he's the accomplice. Got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter. Who else do we have? If Maki's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. It has to be him. He's the only one who could have helped the smuggler. Better find a way to prove it. Do I do? Has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Wait a second. You thought of something? What was he saying just now? Something's odd about the performance. I don't hear anything there. I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove he pressed that switch? Can you prove it? I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. And as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us the evidence supporting this. Are you sure about it? There's no evidence. Oh, the symbols. Basis for my claim is this evidence. Okay. Now let's make sure. Okay, yeah. Then it's the probably the mixing board again. Let's double check. That's a drummer. I think it's that dent that happened there, but put this. Oh no, we're not going to put the save here in case the answer is actually no, we can't. Claim is music. What about music? Let's listen to the piano part, around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flames. Hear a piano being played, but doesn't it sound kind of simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Maki could have played that part with one hand. He only... This is one of those leaps that, like, no idea, Mud. This is one of those logical leaps that feels like you had to have knowledge that isn't guaranteed, uh, given what the game has given you. So you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, him? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. Sorry, so sad for you. Oh, not really. That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Are you going to prove whether he played it with 1 hand or 2? You can't. Admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with 1 hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Ah. How do we prove he is playing with 1 hand? That's about right. Oof. At least they're not penalizing us for each check. Ah, Right about halfway. Right there, yeah. Uh, we'll accelerate here. Try all of them if we have to. Oh, the problem is I don't know what's different. This is another. How am I supposed to spot it if I can't hear it well, you know? Yeah. I I don't know how I'm supposed to hear the difference. Yes. I agree with the judge. What am I supposed to have realized? Yeah, I can't tell that because I don't see the lyrics. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section. Star burst into flames at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. I don't. Okay, there's a gap where the second part is, but there's nothing, because the second part is sequential, there's nothing that would stop him from shifting his hand. He's supposed to be really good at what he does. I didn't hear any like complex chord or something like that. So what? And I also don't know the sheet music. Ah, game, why you do this? I'll put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. That wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. This is what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Ask yourself why Maki changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Gavel, gavel, gavel. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite, though personally this comes as a terrible disappointment. No comeback? Can't believe it. Finally did it. I shut him up. Very well, barring objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Good show, Sleeves. No great show. I think we're going to run into our programming stream's time a little bit at this rate. We need to finish this. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. I'm terribly disappointed in you, Hair Forehead. What now? Don't get me wrong, your case is solid, the facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. I shouldn't need to, you don't have any either. The facts, anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone doesn't include the law. Afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. The rule under the current legal system. I don't believe it. Does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It's unfortunate, but at present this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. I don't... Truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? It's the point of a legal system that protects criminals. Remember what Phoenix said. Won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. But, so what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. What he meant by every man's igniter. I think he meant a weak spot. The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. Won't be able to press him further by conventional means. Gotta find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So can I get back to work now or what? May look like I've got a lot of time on my hands. I've got no more time to play pretend with a deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. Fight in time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? It's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Air Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. I agree, Judge. Frustratingly so. So, Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours it turns out to be a dud, the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. In my last chance. There is a witness, we would have heard it by now. Show the court evidence. Mud, this is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Okay, this doesn't mention that's the lyrics one. That's what revealed he was with Interpol. How am I supposed to react to that? We could show the scene of the death, but... I don't want to have to look up the last thing, but... I already used that. Pretty sure the witnesses just aren't going to do anything because we've been through everybody and there's no proof to it. That was the lyrics because we would be able to point to the up in the sky because I really think it's the guitar. Like the guitar at the staged scene. All right, one moment, folks. Annoying. I get why they made it this way. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence, so what is it? It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. A witness. Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Just... This is as flawed as anything else that has been brought up. So what? Maki's going to confirm the, is he going to confirm the plot? Because that doesn't confirm that he's the killer. Your client again? Maki Tobai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, he could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle the cocoon is the real criminal in this case. Only points to the smuggling, not the murder. How so? It required just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. Residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Thus, if Maki acknowledges his agreement with Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a cocoon, the case is solved. Unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? Little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death, by Borginian law. See? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Now, he could seek asylum. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Ah. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... Earl's just joining us. When this is over, we're going to transition right into the coding stream. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police, and it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. But you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Maki knows everything. There's only one way out for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. This is the unconventional means. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion? Real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please. Oh, here's his freak out. Was waiting for it, see if we got this. Is his hair going to be all messed up? Yep. Nice. Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession? How is that done? Ugh, it's weird. It really is. It has to, like, come out and then loop back. So even the sides of it are still to the edge. I almost have to assume there's, like, maybe that white part is a cap. He's laughing again. Kind of sick desperation in it now, though. You've been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From the beginning, I knew. Maki? Situation. I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in the law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Yep, Dane, we have run a little long. Like I was just mentioning, we're going to be running right into the next stream, the 3-part stream, once this wraps up. But we needed to wrap this up. Mr. Maki Tobai, yes, I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. With regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. He took off his glasses. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. It's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maki Tobai, not guilty. So let's remember, this was a foregone conclusion. Either he's found guilt. Well, I think that's the aspect, is the only reason that he wouldn't accept the guilty plea, since it was facing potential death either way, was if the smuggling was exposed. Because then, as long as the smuggling was the charge in the local country, then he could avoid the death penalty back home. So by admitting to the smuggling here, he dodges death. So that's the whole thing led up to that moment. If he had confessed that to his lawyer, they could have worked that out day one. I wonder what'll happen to Maki. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. I owe you both my thanks. Lamaror? Is something wrong? I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on stage, your friend. I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he's done. Is that not how it should be? And let's remember, this something evil was smuggling a item out of a country that was going to be used. The admitted use was to sell as medicine to save a kid. That was the evil thing they did. Because the embargo on exports of this cocoon is to prevent it from being used as poison, but it also seems to be then interfering with the use as a critical medical tool. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny, I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamaror lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting. That's part of her marketing persona, is being a painter. She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. I can't wait, Lamaror. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. It's hello, Sherbet. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet. Me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Cute. Okay. So, we're going to stop the stream, this stream, and we're going to be heading right into our coding stream. It'll take me a few minutes to get everything wrangled, but we will be right back, folks. Sorry for running long. Again, be right back with the coding stream.